Good morning, good morning. Happy Friday, January 31st. One second here while I get situated. Good morning, Yusuf. Well, guys, we are at the VWAP, and this is probably a good time to debut my new song. For those of you that are joining early, you get a little surprise. So let's go ahead and play the VWAP King.
I said certified trend, watch that V-Bot stick. Trade so clean, got my profits real thick. Yeah, I use that VWI, volume weighted, that's the map. Hit my levels, never cap, big green candles, watch them stack. I'm in the zone, got my setup tight. VWL bouncing, entry right. Big lot size, no scalper life. Trend is strong, I hold all night. Market open, watch the tape, liquidity gon' set my fate. If it holds, I let it ride. If it breaks, I cut with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend and not decide. Be drove by magnet, price aligns. Catch that dip, now watch it climb. Yeah, I use that view get volume weighted, that's the map. Trend confirm, I let it clap. Catch that move, no looking back. The mode is shift, I see it clean. Delta rising, bulls and steam. Volume high, trend is mean. New day high, that's routine. Market's wild, stay composed. Bounce, I double dose. Risk is tight, reward is vast. Let it run, no exit fast. Pre-market plan already set. If it's weak, then short's the bet. Buy is strong, but I'll adapt. Trade what's real, don't get trapped. No emotions, risk defined. Vobo telling me it's time. Big green candles, money stacked. Trade that volume, never lack. Market open, watch the tape. Liquidity gon' set my fate. If it holds, it gon' set my fate. If it holds, I let it ride. If it breaks, I cut with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend, then I decide. Market open, watch the tape. Liquidity gon' set my fate. If it holds, I let it ride. If it breaks, I cut with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend, then I decide. Why day chop, I step with pride. Midday chop with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend, then I decide. Pop by magnet, price aligns. Catch that dip, now watch it climb. No emotions, risk defined. Vobo telling me it's time. Big green candles, money stacks. Trade that volume, never lack. Never lack. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah. Look back, momentum shift, I see it clean. Delta rising, bulls and steam. Volume high, trend is mean. New day high, that's routine. Market's wild, stay composed. Vow bounce, I double dose. Risk is tight, reward is vast. Let it run, no exit fast. Pre-market plan, already set. If it's weak, then short's the bet. Buy is strong, but I'll adapt. Trade what's real, don't get trapped. Vibes keeps me sane. Baseline price, it runs the game. Overextended, I refrain. Wait for retest, then I claim. No emotion, hits get fine. Baseline price, it runs the game. Overextended, I refrain. Wait for retest, then I claim. Emotions, risk defined. Pop telling me it's time. Big green candles, money stacked. Trade that volume, never lack. No, I'll never lack.
And that is the VWAP King song. I figured since that is a new song I was playing around with last night, I had to debut it first thing today. It was fun. Kind of funny. And we're sitting here at VWAP, so it makes sense to play it right there. All right. Well, having a decent morning so far. I sat down just before 7 o'clock here. And right when I sat in my chair, I saw this lower high on the screen with a very weak delta. So I jumped in a short there. I noticed that at the time the ATR was really low, so I was actually kind of debating whether or not I should jump in, but it worked out for a small winner. Exited on this tick up from the lower power zone. Got 12 3/4 points out of that. It didn't quite hit my 80. Then right before the news this morning, I didn't think we were going to get this much movement on that news. So I went ahead and Delta was still weak, and we ticked down from the upper power zone, so I went short there. And then price kind of kicked into gear. Ended up getting 80 ticks there. Then I got my 125, so I took 2 off at 80, 1 at 125. And then I exited fully on this tick up from the lower power zone. So I got 20 1/4 on that one. And then we ended up putting in this higher low with rising delta right here. And we were just about to cross that confirmation line, so I went long right there. And on this one, ended up getting 80 ticks, so took 2 off right off the bat. And then we ticked down from that upper power zone right here. So I took the rest off right there, and it actually ended up being 80 ticks for the last 2 contracts too. So 3 trades, 3 winners. Not a bad way to start the morning. Good morning, Schroden. Let's see here. Let's check the news out. Chicago PMI today at 845. And that's it. That is the last news event of the day. At least scheduled. There could be some unscheduled news. You never know. As far as high time frames go, the 15-minute has been in a bullish uptrend. Looks like it's about to cross under that confirmation line, so that could change pretty soon. On the 5-minute, we are bearish. And on the 3-minute, we are bearish. And we're still just kind of hanging out here next to VWAP. So hopefully we don't end up just chopping sideways for a while here. It likes to do that when we open at VWAP. Looks like J-Waz is not here yet. He's sleeping in probably. Good morning, K-John. I still don't feel all that well today. I still got the sore throat. And my head feels kind of congested. So again, might not have a very long stream today. We'll see. We'll see how things are going. Yesterday, it worked out in my favor to stick around, so hopefully today's follows the same pattern. We'll see. Trying to get back above VWAP here. We did have this higher low tick up right here, but Delta was kind of iffy at that moment. So we wait. We got the market open here in about 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So what'd you guys think of the song? Did it scare you? I know it's a different genre than the last one. It went from country to well, it was supposed to be rap, and it kind of came out as like I don't know what that is. It started out as rap, and then it kind of changed into I don't know what that genre is called, but maybe more of like a Linkin Park type of thing. I don't know. A rap, I wouldn't call that metal. No, it's not metal. And for those of you that missed it, you'll have to wait until the end of the stream to hear it again. So you wanted to play it back and rewind, of course. Working our way back up to that anchored VWAP. You guys wanted to see my breakdown so far. Let me put that up here. So that's 4 contracts off at 80 ticks. I had 1 contract off at 125. And then I had 7 contracts off that totaled a total of 111.25, which brings me to 222.5, assuming 1 contract. I'm trading 4 contracts per trade. So that breaks it down by contract. When I first heard it, I thought them people who jump off the stage, everybody holds them up above their head, not letting them fall. Not sure what it's called. Sounds like crowd surfing. All right, market's open now. Got the signal on the top of the indicator. Inside that upper power zone. We'll see if we get a bounce here on this VWAP. Delta is rising. But we know how it likes to reverse right here, so we'll see. Excuse me. Delta is getting thicker. Looks like that VWAP bounce is actually going to play out here. The song worked. The VWAP King. That's the name of the song. Looks like I should probably still get my broadening formations in here, though. Since we do have a broadening formation here. All right, we are ticking down from that upper power zone. We're at the top of the broadening formation. I really want to short that, but man, those delta candles are thick. Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that, but that could be a short right there. ATR's at 59 right now. Let's see what this candle is. 118 ticks on that candle. 80 tick stop's going to be pretty small. So it looks like on the 15. And the 5. Hey, there's Jay Waz. Good morning, Jay Waz. You missed the song debut. Well, it's looking like that short would have been a winner. Would have got 80 at least. Let's see if it gets 125. That's that tick down from the upper power zone. Yep, would have got 125. That would have been a good trade. You know, it's still scary to do those right at the open. It's like you get the setup, you know it should work, but right around the open, so easy to get run over. And here we are right back down to VWAP again. Suppose I should have played the song as soon as we touched VWAP again, since it's about the VWAP. Maybe at least the chorus. Maybe I should pull out the chorus and put it on a little button. Kind of short here on the 8. I was late on the trigger though, so I wish I would have just had it sitting there before it came all the way back up to the 8. I would have got 80 ticks on that so far. But the fact that it already touched the 8 mitigated that. I'm just going to cancel it. But I should have been quicker on the trigger. I would have got pulled in right there. Would have got 80 here. We did put in a higher low. It's below the delta, though. I don't really like that setup. For a long, anyway. However, we are bouncing on VWAP, so we could continue to push up. But we're still in this broadening formation, so we could easily push back down and take out this low as well. The low being here at 750, which is also previous day high. Well, remember, we got that news coming up here, Chicago PMI. I see the spread getting wider. That is at 8:45. So it is a no-go zone for me right now. ML, good morning. Yeah, the pre-market was pretty good. We did just get a tick up above this rising delta. It is in the red zone. We do have news. So it's still kind of a no-go zone for me, but there's chop here. Cool. ML, you missed the new debut song though. The song called VWAP King. Started more of just a little bit of a joke, but I think it actually turned out pretty good. You'll have to go back and listen to it. Can't go back that far? Why not? Doesn't let you? Hmm. Well, that news should be in, so yeah, 8:45. So we should be home free. Just got to see which way the market decides to go. You're in a Tesla trade, huh, Jawaz? By the way, we got another tick up above this rising delta, so it does appear that we're going to continue pushing up here. That was a potential entry right here, but right there on this next tick up, the delta's still rising. I did not take it though. Let's check out Tesla. Let's see what JWAS is doing. Here, I'll just leave that there. I'll come over here. Oh yeah, Tesla looks like it's about to run up. Maybe. Taken down from that upper power zone, but it's looking like it wants to pull out of it. Delta's still pretty weak right there. That's on the hourly, but you're trading the 1 minute, right? You went in heavy on the earnings dip down. Right here, this dip here. At, wait, no, what am I looking at? Oh, this is yesterday. Yeah, that's yesterday. No, not a C delta trade. All right. There was a tick down below that delta there. But yeah, that's not really a clean setup, so never mind. Bitcoin's sitting at 104,000. Looks like it's trying to put in another drop, potentially. On the hourly, it's crossing below the confirmation line. We're getting a tick down here. And there is this trend line here that looks like it might want to break. Schroding, kind of a big level we're hitting up against 21,860. Hate to go long into that until it's tested. 21,860. Yeah, I could see that. On the daily, this is still a short here. So I would not be surprised if we come up and not get past this daily order block here. Let me zoom into that. This is the daily. There we go. Thanks for that, Schroden. So you're using the 4-hour. We'll go ahead and mark out the 4-hour as well. I was going to say, where did my 4 hours go? There they are. Delta's rising steady still, getting stronger. It's also a pivot line up here at 927. I have a key level alert sitting on there right now. Yeah, sure, that's a good idea to check those major levels. Just at least mark them out so you know they're there. Don't necessarily have to trade off of them, but it can influence you depending on what's going on. Got the 9 o'clock candle coming here in 2 minutes. Nice, JWaz. Good work there. I need to grab a code off of my phone. So I gotta grab the camera here for a second. Here, let me just kill this camera really quick. All right. All right, camera is coming back. How's that? Does that work? There we go. So far, continuing to push into that order block. Delta still looks really strong. Still don't have a clean entry, though. Delta on the 3 and the 5 is really strong, really fat. Go ahead and flip those back to bullish. Of all of these signals, the one that, like, just from a cumulative delta perspective, the one I like the most is this tick up above the rising delta. Obviously, I did not take this one, but it would have been right here. And I still probably would not be in the trade because I probably would have got out after we close back under the delta at a break even. This next tick up would have worked so far. However, I don't like that setup. I don't like it under the delta like that. So we wait. Stealth, you like the old song better? That one doesn't do it for you? I like the old song too. Up 90 points off the buy-sell toolkit. Turned bullish, then took that first tick up at 939. Let's check that out. I think I still have it up from before, yep. Okay, so you waited for the switch right here, and then you took the first tick up after that. Is that what you're saying? So this one here? Yeah. So you're 939, my 839. Yeah, so far that would have been a good move there. And for the most part, we've had a pretty strong delta in here. The only time we got that chop in there is when we had that news come out. So delta still strong. Yeah, how far back does that go? Stealth, I know. I tell JWaz this a lot, but I really don't like trends. I know everybody else does, but not me. Like you said, if you miss the entry on the trend, it's really hard to get in. And when I try to get in, I always get run over. I just don't like trends. I would much rather the market just kind of swing sideways and build broadening formations. You know, the trends that I hate the most are the ones that chop the 8. So, like, if the price continues moving up, but we keep closing under the 8, and it's like just a grind getting up there, I hate those. Those drive me nuts. Good morning, Jason. Stealth caught that move, ML. You know, if I just ignored the news, I might have taken this tick up here, that higher low in the green zone, but I didn't. And then any of these other, excuse me, any of these other tick ups after that, they're not really quality setups. Anytime I take those types of entries, I feel like I'm chasing. Excuse me. Man, I really do not feel good. I'm supposed to go ice fishing tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to make it. Well, we are getting a little bit of a delta squeeze here. It's a potential short. Delta is negative. However, the 5-minute and the 3-minute, they're so bullish still and so thick. I think I'm going to wait for a better entry. Not feeling great, Jason. Still woke up with a bad sore throat this morning. Then my head's just really congested. Got a headache. Not great. Not a great day to debut a new AI song. That's for sure. I thought it'd be a good day because it's Friday, but could be better. Stealth. Seems you trade better when you're sick. Well, yeah. I was actually thinking about that earlier. So yesterday was a pretty darn good day, and I'm not doing too bad today. Honestly, I think the the signals are just playing out. You know, I don't think it's really me. The last couple weeks have been super choppy, and they just kind of destroyed me a little bit. Was on a bit of a losing streak in that sideways nasty chop. None of the signals were really working. Mel says what NQ does will depend very heavily on what ES does. If it wants to attack 6185, NQ will run towards 22109. No real catalyst now, so might be a struggle. You know, I'll be honest, I never look at ES. Never really look at it, and I don't know. Primarily because I always see a lot of this. There's the ES to me chops more than NQ does. I mean, the overall moves are kind of smooth, but you look at the delta and there's a lot of, oh, this is not a good example. Don't get me wrong, NQ can definitely chop. But it's all these tiny little small chiclet candles. I don't like trading the small chiclet candles. It still works. It's Cumulative Delta, but I just never really look at ES. I know a lot of guys do. Yeah, ML, I know a lot of people feel that way about ES. The delivery is more forgiving. But there's something about that I do not really mesh with very well. I mesh much better with the volatility of NQ for some reason. So like what you're describing as more manipulation, that's actually what I like about it, I think. I don't know. ES is currently the stronger of the two, which is why it will determine the direction from here. Sure, you don't have to watch, but it does help depending on your strategy. All right, well, let's see what ES does. NQ still trying to put the brakes on here. We're getting our second lower high. Delta does not really have much of a negative slope, though. And the 5 and the 3 are still very strong. So I don't really want to go against that. We filled the gap. Does that mean it's going to be ready to come down soon? That delta on the 1 is still very weak. All right. Now we're starting to see a little more weakness in the delta. This second delta squeeze here might have been the one. That would have been, there's the entry right there. Anybody take that? Oh, wow. I didn't realize how big these candles are. That's 80 ticks right there. I would have already taken 2 contracts off. There's 125. The delta's starting to turn positive again already. Schroden says, I think NQ gets clearer moves than the ES, likely due to ES spanning all types of industries versus NQ is tech focused. Still trying to put the brakes on. Looks like it was probably a decent decision not to take that trade. Yeah, Schroden, I get it. I agree with you. We are getting a tick up here from the green zone. It's right there at the midline, though. I don't really like those as much, but that is a long there. If anyone wants to go long, there's your opportunity. Still dicey with this really weak delta. Schroden, are you still running another version of the Cumulative Delta on your screen? Looking for those divergences with the more sensitive settings? No insights yet on that, though? I'm curious if you find anything with that. Let me know. Well, there's our third lower high tick down with a weak delta. That's a potential short there. The signal is finally getting underneath the delta on the 3. The 5 still has some catching up to do. Rowan says, for anyone wondering, I have 111 settings on the Zeiierman Cumulative Delta below the T Maker one with the confirmation line and trend cloud turned off. It lets me see the unsmooth delta candles, which I think might help. So Schroden's doing some investigation for us to see if he can find any additional insights on that might help. ML, look at the 5-minute and see where all the opening prices are on the last 6 candles. $21,888. And 21.98, that little tight range there. Yeah, the body highs. See how strong that delta is down there? Still very strong. And we did get a tick up on the 5 right here, which is a long. So this is a long right there. Let's see if it would have, yeah, it would be working so far. See what that looks like on the 1. one. We're starting to get our green zone tick up here. It's a big candle, though. Yeah, this area does seem kind of dangerous for longs. And for shorts. We did just take this high. Wouldn't be surprised if we come back down and take out this low. It's like we just hit that key level there. Pivot line at 927. Where's the next one? Let's see. The previous week high all the way up here at 22,094. So even though this candle was really big, looks like it still didn't really have any drawdown to it. That would have been a winner. That is this green zone tick up I'm referring to. See, guys, there's winners all over the place. You just gotta take them, I guess. What I did like about this is that that delta was just not falling. It was saying no. And we actually got a little bit of a positive slope back into it now. It's got a positive slope. You don't want to go against that. Be interesting to see if it reacts off this pivot line, though. ML says on the low time frame, NQ is leading the way right now. Yes, is still the stronger one on the high time frame, but would love to see a hold here and a pop to 948 level. Yeah, I think we're still just riding those EMAs up here. Let me put those back on. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Look at the 20. Touch, touch, touch. A little bit of a break here. It is looking very bullish so far. Well, we are getting a tick down under that delta here. This might be it right at that pivot line. Delta's starting to taper back negative. Could see a rollover here. But again, the 5 minutes got some catching up to do. Still looking really strong. Oh, excuse me. Well, if anyone's taking the Delta squeeze entry, that's it right there at 940. I'm still not convinced, so I did not take it. But the fact that we took out this high and we got the pivot right there, it does make sense for it to roll here. We got the delta and the confirmation line converging. We're about to have a cross there. I will be right back. Looks like that probably would have been a winner, huh? Let's see that again. There's our delta squeeze. Yeah, it hit 80 ticks. At least a winner for 2 contracts. Like I said, we need that 5-minute to catch up. Still too strong over there. We did just get a tick up from the green zone. However, Delta is crossing under the confirmation line. The tick up was near the midline, so it's not a great setup. Could work, but it's less than ideal. We just got a tick down from the red zone here. That is looking more like a potential short opportunity. The 5 is catching up a little bit, but might still be just a little too early. Jason, yeah, that's a good tip. Jason doesn't like to go long if the 8 is below the 20. Yeah, I do feel like we're getting closer to a short here. On the other hand, we did just put in a higher low on the signal. Delta's trying to crawl back above that confirmation line. Let's see if the bulls can pull it off. Five and the 3 are still strong. This is a tough one here. This is borderline. So we got the delta cross on the confirmation line to the downside. We got our signal that came down to the green zone. Came back up. We're starting to put in a tick down, but the delta is crossing back above that confirmation line. So that's probably a no-go for me. For a short, if it would stay under the confirmation line, that would be ideal. Yeah. Bulls are trying to step it up now. That delta's getting thicker. Do have some bearish divergence appearing. Got the 10 o'clock candle. It's going to open in 40 seconds. We're also at the top of this trend line. We're also ticking down from the upper power zone. Still looking like a short opportunity. I just don't like how the delta's above the confirmation line. So again, it's not ideal. But I got a feeling it's going to work. What's Bitcoin doing? Let's see. Ooh, look at that. Bitcoin turned around. It looked like we were going to break this trend line earlier. But it turned its little butt around. That's cool. That means all these trades are going to probably survive. Oh, yeah, look at this Aave trade. Whew. 17% on that one. All right, we are looking pretty good. Jay, was you sticking with Tesla today? No NQ for you? We are trending, you know. You do like those trends. Well, the start of the move was definitely here at VWAP. Another little opportunity right there. Right there. You know, those early VWAP bounces early in the day, those can show some of the biggest moves. Hey, were any of you guys involved with the FTX fiasco a couple years ago or whenever it was when they went down under? Anybody lose money and about to get it back? You got out by the skin of your teeth? Oh, Jay was. I think I got out by the skin of my teeth. Um, I feel bad for my dad though because he didn't. And my dad had his IRA over there, his Roth IRA. And I was out to dinner with my dad. I remember it was a Wednesday night, and I remember I just had a bad feeling. I knew something bad was going down. And I said, I think we got to go and try to get our money out of our accounts. And so we left dinner earlier than we were supposed to and went home, and I immediately logged into my account and submitted a withdrawal. And it just, luckily, it was that Wednesday night that I did it. And I think by Thursday morning, they processed it. But my dad couldn't remember what his password was. And so then he had to like go through their support channel to like reset his. You couldn't just do like a reset because they had all this security measures in place that says that if you reset your password, you got to wait like 2 days to log in. It was something stupid like that. And so he went to go reset his password, and of course that locked everything up. And it was the very next day that the rug got pulled. Gosh. So he's been. I mean, obviously, I'd be pretty upset if I was him as well. But good news is, it looks like everybody's going to get everything back. So I just saw this post on PR Newswire that says FTX reaches settlement with K5 Global to maximize recoveries for FTX stakeholders. So yeah, I mean, it looks like he's going to get 100% back. And you know, the other thing is he wasn't even in anything. He was 100% in cash. Like he had zero crypto at the time. And but yeah, it was just very last second. I got lucky, he didn't, and we submitted our request at the same time. Yeah, it was insane. Completely insane. And to be honest, I'm actually very surprised that everybody's supposed to get everything back. I'll believe it when I see it, put it that way. Yeah, Celsius, Binance US, so many things. Sam Bankman fraud. Yeah. What's the latest with him? Do you know? How long is he supposed to be in jail? I'm sure he'll probably get out on good behavior or something pretty soon. Who's asking for a pardon from Trump? Oh, man. Yeah, no. No thanks. Yeah, Mr. Wonderful was involved in that. Yeah. You know, and that's the thing. That's why it looks so legitimate. That you had all of these big, big players and famous people that stood behind it. It looked legit. They had ads all over plastered at the Super Bowl. You had Tom Brady, and I mean, all of these faces that were standing behind it. I mean, from the outside, it looked just as legitimate as like Charles Schwab or anything else. Yeah, FTX Stadium. Hmm. Yeah, who would have thought, You would think that all the people that had all their money in him that they would have done more to vet the operation, but apparently not. I will say though, from a developer's perspective, I loved their API and their tech. It was so much better than the APIs for all the other exchanges that I was writing integrations with. Um, Everything just worked. The interface was so much better. Everything about it was better. So whoever built everything out from a tech perspective, it was good, you know. And it's kind of a shame that they had to throw that whole platform in the trash. Maybe they'll bring it back. I mean, it was nice. It was just the people running things on the top that were dirty. Yeah, if the altcoins would have pumped a little sooner, they probably would have been just fine and gotten away with it. They'd still have shady things going on. Nobody would know. Well, we got the delta going back under the confirmation line. Delta's still very weak, but we're still just kind of grinding up on top of that 20 EMA. The 5 and the 3 are still strong. The 3 is looking more like a sustained uptrend. Let me put the main view on the 3 minute, see what that looks like. Yeah, more of a grindy, sustained move right here on the 3. Not a market condition I really enjoy. Didn't they lose the majority of funds from day trading? They had a partner company. What was it? Alameda, was it? Alameda Research or something like that. And they were apparently doing a bunch of trading. They were the a market maker. Um, and yeah, there's videos out there of his girlfriend. I forgot what her name was, but how she said that they never use stop losses. She didn't believe in stop losses. Um, so yeah, they lost a good chunk of it. Too bad they didn't have your playbook. Yeah, Caroline, I think that was her name. She's in jail too, right? I think she is. Or no, or did she get off because she spilled the beans about a bunch of stuff? I forgot. I think she might have got immunity or something. Yep. Yep. I guess that's what happens when you give two kids a bunch of money. Polyamorously, at least. Still looking super weak here. I kind of want to short this right here. This is our third tick down from the red zone. I think I'm going to go for it on this one, guys. I am short. $9.40.50. That's where I'm in. We got the delta with a negative slope now, still looking very weak. Sitting right there at the 50. We'll see if the 50 holds a support, but we need the bears to step it up here. Just give me a little flush. That's all I'm asking for. Just a little one. All right, I just pulled it there for a small profit because we ticked up from the power zone. It just wouldn't give it to me, but we still made a small profit. Let's see where I'm out here. 935.75. This looks like we've still made 4 3/4 points on that one. Watch the flush come now that I'm out. So this moves to 4. This moves to, what was that? 4 3/4 points. 4.75. So that brings those points to 130.25. So this 7 plus 4 is 11 contracts at 130.25. Now she's pushing down a little bit. Of course. Of course. I was just a little too early. Just a smidgen. Yeah, that would have hit 80. That's 95 now. And 25 is right here. Let's see if it gets that. Delta's rolling over even more now. Well, oh. Maybe we can get the signal to pop. Not there. Maybe we can get the signal to come back up here. Then give us another opportunity to go short. We're already putting in another tick down. I'm so tempted to just short this. But no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to sit on my hands. Because that is not the best entry down there in the power zone. But what I like about it is we closed under the 50. We pulled back up to the 50. We're rejecting off of it. So I do really want to jump in, but the delta's getting more momentum to the downside. Just not giving us a clean entry. Well, my guess is we're still probably going to pull up here somewhere. And then roll over again. It'll give us a new opportunity. Let me look at this on the higher time frames. Hey, look at the 2-minute had a good delta squeeze at 10:16. That was like right when I entered, wasn't it? Still playing out on the 2. The 111 is pegged to the ceiling. Curious what that looks like. Cumulative Delta. Let me go ahead and a new one on here. And I'll change the settings. Hey, are you using estimated on yours? Or are you using one of these other options? You're doing 111, right? 111. So there's estimated. Maybe. This is volume data. You know, I wish I knew more about what the actual underlying difference was between these, but I don't. All I know is I like estimated a lot more, typically. He says estimated is by nature short term, whilst the volume data shows the delta trend better. Interesting. You have the confirmation line turned off. Where's the cloud? Right here. Anyway, on the 1 minute, we're getting another tick down. It is the green zone, but it looks like that we are starting to fall apart. That's probably going to be a winner. Market's just not giving me a good entry yet. We have negative deltas on the 3 and the 5 now. Something worth mentioning. So Schroden, you're trying to see divergences on here? Is that what you were looking for? It's weird me looking at this because I'm so not used to seeing it that way. I definitely feel much more comfortable with the other one. Unless I'm looking for something very specific. Yeah, I don't know. But I'm going to go ahead and remove that right now for the time being. So if you find something with that, let me know. Still pushing down. It looks like we might put in a lower high in the green zone. I might want to take that short. Man, it's just not giving me any good entries though. You know, it really sucks when like you call the short and then you still can't even get in it. You know? ML, that's a good point. ML says the biggest hesitation with any indicator uh, is to not know what it is doing, because if it goes away and you have a system built around it, then what? Well, hopefully you have other ways to trade. Like if I didn't have the cumulative delta indicator, I know I could still trade. I'll probably trade similarly to how I traded before I had this indicator. This definitely makes things better for me. But I could go back to trading order blocks and go back to trading other things. Whatever went away. Hopefully it doesn't go away. I really like it. Join me back on the dark side with fibs. Yeah, I could go back to fibs. If I had to. I would prefer to trade this way if I can. Yeah, you could go back to your EMAs. Yeah, they all work. You know, you could trade, you know, what I used to like to do is trade EMAs, like for example, where we're having these touches on the 20, and once those EMAs start to spread out like that, You could just buy right when it touches the 20, or you could use what I used to like to do is wait for like a strat setup. If you guys are familiar with the strat. So this would be like this one right here. This would be called a 2-2 reversal. So you would be entering long right here as soon as this candle's wick broke that high after it touches the 20. So you'd be long from right there. You would do the same thing right here. That's another 2-2 reversal. Be long right there. So yeah, I mean, there's millions of ways that you could trade. So I wouldn't be too worried about it. As long as you know that when you're chopping, those EMAs are going to be like this. They're going to be right on top of each other, so you can't really trade EMAs in that specific market condition. You're better off waiting for trending markets. But that's one of the reasons why I like the cumulative delta, is because it allows me to trade this way even when we're going sideways. But on the other hand, it can make it somewhat difficult to get into a trend if it doesn't give me good entries for it. I really don't like the trends personally. Well, that would have been a good trade if it wouldn't have been such a grind down. Let's see how far that went. $63 points. We'll see if this trend line has any significance here. We do have the 200 down here, by the way. Looks like we kissed it to the tick. 877.25. And we got the anchored VWAP here at 869. And the standard VWAP down here at 21,834. ES bounced. Well, I mean, I'm only going to be short biased as long as the delta is weak and heading south. So if I get a short setup, I will take it. But if the delta wants to turn its butt around and go the other way, I can easily turn my bias long. It's just not there yet. Hey, Raphael, how you doing? Are you just jumping on? We got the 3-minute ticking up from the lower power zone. Yep. Just need a corresponding entry on the 1. No entry yet there. Not for me, anyway. Trying to push off of that 20 there. Back to the downside. Does look like it could be forming somewhat of a bear flag here. That delta is very thin. It's still heading down, but it's thin. Which usually means chop. Oh no. Your daughter had a laceration on her forehead? I hope she's doing all right. That's no fun. Her second in 6 months? Did she fall or something? Oh, ouch. Hit the edge of the car door. When I was little, like 2 years old, the the drawer handles in our house, they were like these little metal like handles that kind of curved out like this. And they had these really sharp corners on the ends. And apparently I was running around the house and I ran straight into one head first on my forehead. And I busted my forehead open on that. Had to go to the hospital too. Kids, they'll run into anything. All right. We are getting a tick up above that positive delta right here. This could be a long. We also have the pickup or the tick up on the 3 from the power zone, which has me wanting to take this long here. Kind of a dicey area though, because still got all of this space between the confirmation line and the delta, and we're still under the 50. However, I'm going to give it a shot. So I am long. $9.13.50. Watch, this will be the very top, and we'll turn back down here. Hopefully the bulls can push her back up. I mean, the 3 looks good. So that's mainly why I'm taking this one. We're also getting a tick up on the 5 in the green zone. Just need the bulls to push. I am still, on the 1 though, I am still more bearish biased. Keep that in mind. Because like I said, we got all that space in between the confirmation line. Yeah, see? I shouldn't have taken that one. I knew it. This is actually probably a flip here. Well, we didn't tick down yet, but I feel like it's coming. I'm still in, giving it one more chance. Yeah, that was no good. I should have known better than to try to go long when there's all that space in there. All of this space. All right, I am out. So that was a loser. First loser of the day. And the only reason why I took that is because, well, like I said, the 3, we were ticking up there, but we did cross under on the 3. And I know it usually takes a higher low to really kind of get going. The 1 was not jiving with that, but I felt like I was kind of forcing an entry there. And when I start forcing entries, it's usually because the market's just not giving me anything, which is usually a sign I should probably just walk away instead. Anyway, let me update my stats. So that was not a full loss. That was 14.5 points. So 14.5 brings us to 4 contracts at minus 58. All right, there's my numbers. I could be wrong, but I feel like a lot of your losing trades come in the last 15 minutes of the hourly candle. Not sure if you have the ability to confirm this with anything, but it came to my mind. That would be news to me if that was the case. We are going to have the 11 o'clock candle here in 45 seconds. But that one was just kind of stupidity on my part. I mean, this is not a good entry on the 1. On the 3, it looked good, but on the 1, not so much. What I should have just done was wait for this to play out a little bit longer here and have the delta start to squeeze with the confirmation line. Until that happens, you should be bearish on the 1. As long as we stay under that 50, should continue to be bearish. So that was just a dumb move on my part. Delta's still weak. We're getting another tick down. In the red zone. I'm probably better off taking this short. If it wants to stay down. Oh, the bulls are popping it back up. Yeah, well, I think my trade was bad. So it was bad. That wasn't a great entry there. That usually backfires on me. That's that particular setup. Let's take a look at the 3-minute. We are bearish on the 3. Confirmation or delta's below that confirmation line, so I am still looking for shorts here. Flashing a tick down on the 1 here. Are we going to get it? All right, I am short again. 903.59 is my average, so we'll say 903.50. Delta's still weak and flat. The 3's trying to put in a higher low, though, so we got that going against us right here. But for me, the 1 always takes priority, so a lot of people view it the other way around. All right, starting to get more bearish momentum in that Delta again. So that was the setup there. This is a bearish short setup according to the playbook. All right, that's 2 contracts off at 80 ticks. Now we're looking for 125, which happens to be at the anchored VWAP. Oh, come on. You can get down there. Move my other remaining stops to break even. Wait, what did I do? I messed up on my numbers there. Here, let me hit undo. Yeah, I moved that to a 2 when I should have moved. Here, I'll show you what I'm doing. I moved the number of contracts to a 2 by mistake. I should have moved it to a 6 because I took profit at 80 ticks on 2 contracts. Now I'm waiting for the 125 to hit. We almost got it there. Look at that. We're like a tick or 2 away. So close. Come on, market. Get back down there. We are ticking up from that lower power zone. So I'm going to have to pull it here. If we're ticked up, we're going to tick up? Yes, we are. I'm out. All right, so the last 2 contracts, got 12 1/4 on that. So this moves to 2 contracts, 12.25. So that makes this, that moves to 13 contracts, and this moves to 154.75. Oh, now it's going to go down. Look at that. See? I got fleeced on that one. That would have hit my 125. What's the news? Trump's tariff announcement? Really? What was the announcement? Yeah, interesting news release time. Announced Canada and Mexico tariffs to begin March 1st. I was going to say, I thought that was yesterday too. There's another announcement here. It says Feds order employees to strip pronouns from emails. Federal workers have until 5 p.m. Eastern to delete pronouns from email signatures. So maybe that's what did it. Maybe it was the pronouns, not the tariffs. Did you guys see the 404 page on the office of Kamala Harris on the White House website? It says 404. This page is unburdened by what has been. It's kind of funny, actually, that the White House would do that. Well, it's good to see some sense of humor back. All right, ML. Have a good one. Enjoy the weekend. Thanks for stopping. Getting a tick down near that upper power zone. It's not quite in it, but it's close. Let's see if I can snag a short on the 8. We got a very weak delta still under the confirmation line, so shorts are still where it should be at. Just got tagged in there. 898.75. Ooh, looks like I might bite the dust here. bulls kind of push back on that one. We do have this rising delta down there I got to be careful about. And I'm out. Well, we were flashing a tick up, and looks like it never confirmed. It pulled down right at the last second. Well, that's fine. It's that one. What is it? -9.5. That price action is very squirrely right there. So 4 at -9.5 brings this to 8, and this to -96. There we go. Yeah, technically that didn't tick up. It was, yeah, still not. Did I just get fleeced out of that one again? Ay, ay, ay. It was ticking up right before I pulled the trigger. And it just sold off at the last second. Well, we do have that choppy delta in there again. So maybe that's a good sign that, you know, we had this whole chop here. Now we got more chop setting in. 2 chop boxes in a row is probably a good time to just say it's time to throw in the towel. Market's just not really giving me much today. I've definitely been having better luck with pre-market lately. Then New York opens and it's kind of all over the place. That is a tick up above a rising delta. It's a potential long there. It's in the red zone. Which isn't really super ideal. It can work. And we did sweep this little swing high over here. So we do have to be careful of a potential broadening formation since we also swept this other low. It is lunch hour. Let's see, on the 5-minute, what do we look like here? We made a significant move up. It's like about 200 points. We could just kind of chop sideways for the rest of the day, I suppose. The 5 and 3 are still bearish, since the delta's under those confirmation lines. So there could still be a short in here. You know that anchored VWAP, turns out that was a good bounce right there. I really do like that anchored VWAP. Well, it's pushing pretty hard here. We got the signal line plastered on the ceiling there. Just kind of sliding along the ceiling. We got the delta still fairly strong, heading up. It's almost in the upper half. So it would appear that the bulls are taking it back. Still got the 3 and the 5 to catch up. We got Bitcoin at 105,000. Looks like it kind of fell back a little too. Aave is still pushing. We got the 3-minute flashing a tick down in that upper power zone now. So again, there still could be a short right here. I wish I saw a better look and setup on the 1. But so far, it looks like that tick down from that upper power zone would have nailed it so far. It's right here. That was the entry. But we just crossed above the confirmation line. Everything's heading up on the 1 now, so there's no real entry there. The 3 could develop into a short here, though, so we'll see what happens on the 1. We'll see if that delta wants to roll over. Here's the 3. So yeah, on the 3, that's a short right there. Looks like there's 1 minute left of this 3-minute candle until that is confirmed. So we'll just wait on the 1 and see if we get an entry set up there. Maybe a lower high. A lower high with a weak delta. I could short that. Be right back, guys. All right. Delta's flat. Delta's thin. Delta's spotty. We'll see if we put in this tick up here. And then if we get a lower high tick down, I could probably short that. As long as the delta's weak. So far, it's weak. We do have this Slight negative slope to it. That's what we want to see if it's going to turn over. There's our lower high that's flashing. Again, this is in line with the 3. We're trying to trigger a move on the 3. Triggering moves on higher time frames is explained in the playbook. 3 seconds. Are we going to get it here? And I just went short. I'm short from 922.50. Notice that the it was ticking down at the last, and then at the last second, the bulls kind of stepped in and pushed the signal back up a little. So we are ticking down now. We'll see if it wants to round over. Everything else lines up. We got the pivot line there. We got the broadening formation trend line there. Looks like we might trigger a tick down on the 5. A 15-second line's up too. All right. Let's get it. Let's see a flush. The one thing kind of going against us here is that we got the delta above that rising confirmation line. So on the 1 minute alone, we are technically more bullish there. So if we get a tick up here, I have to pull it. But hopefully the signal on the 3 can help us push down. There we go. Starting to see a little bit more momentum to the downside in the delta. Starting to see some exhaustion on the 3. Go ahead and move my stops to break even here. We got the signal down near that lower power zone. Looks like I said, we are technically more bullish here on the one, so we might just be a little early on this move. So I just want to kind of play it safe just in case. So stops are at break even. We are starting to tick up from that lower power zone. Didn't quite hit my 80 ticks, but there's still a chance. All right. I'm instead of just pulling it there, I got my stops slightly in the profit, so I'm just gonna see if we get a bigger push down here. Looking for a bigger move. I could easily just take the profit here, but then I would likely just get fleeced again. Or not. It's going to get me. There it goes. I'm out. So where did it take me out at? 920. Two and a half points on that. Not much. Four contracts, 2.5. So that brings this to 17, and this to 164.75. Like I said, we could just be a little early on this. If you look at the 3, the delta still hasn't rounded over yet. It's thin. Looks like it's on the verge of rounding over, but it's not quite. If you weren't looking at the 3 or the 5 and we're just looking at the 1, this is actually a long right there. It's a power zone tick up with the delta above a rising confirmation line. That is all long right there. So that's this candle. I was hoping that the 3-minute would have played out, which is why I didn't flip or anything on there. This is also a good reason why I always say that I tend to give more priority to the entry time frame. In that case, I didn't, but I typically do. We're starting to put in a higher low on the 5. That's somewhat bullish. Well, the 1 right now is looking pretty darn bullish. We got the delta heading back up. Rising delta, rising confirmation line. That power zone tick up. I should have paid closer attention to that. Okay, John, the comedians can go back to being comedians. Do you mean because they shouldn't have to worry about offending people anymore, or what? They have had a hard time lately. Starting to see more exhaustion on the 1 now. Well, yeah, we might have just been a little early on that. She's pushing down harder now. We might get that lower high on the 3. It's kind of a tough spot. You know, on the one with the rising delta and rising confirmation line, it just doesn't really line up very well. However, that tick down could trigger that tick down on the 3, and then we'd be in business for a short. So I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence on this. I think I would have to see at least another lower high to try to go short again. The 3 is flashing a lower high. Yeah, I think it's probably going to go. Still don't have a great entry, though, on the 1. You know, even the 15 looks like it might trigger a delta squeeze short. We have the delta barely under that confirmation line, and it is flashing a lower high. We have the 12 o'clock noon candle in 13 seconds. Maybe that'll push her the right way. This is one of those interesting situations where the delta is negative, but we have a positive slope on the delta. That 3-minute Delta squeeze is confirmed. But the 1 does not line up with it. Not yet, anyways. Delta is getting heavier. If this doesn't play out soon, I'm going to have to call it quits. My head is just hurting right now. Starting to flash a higher low on the 1. Maybe we could get the signal to come up here and start to round this delta down. Maybe. If we see that, I will short it as long as the 3 still looks like that. Have I been drinking enough water? I actually drink a lot of water. Usually not in the morning. In the morning, I drink coffee, and then I switch to water for the rest of the day. Could probably use some, actually. Looks like UPS is here. But you see how... Ellie! Hey! Relax. It's just UPS. Not a big deal. But you see how the slope of this delta is positive? That's what has me believing that this short is not going to play out. I think we're going to continue rising here. Not to mention, our delta's really thin and spotty. I mean, to a degree. It's not like these chop boxes over here, but you know, I would still call that somewhat choppy, even though the price action doesn't look too bad. The price action looks fairly smooth. But yeah, I mean, just looking at the one, I would be of the opinion that we are going to continue moving up. I don't think we're going to get that short there. Hmm. You know, if you're just looking at the one, this high or low is a long as well. You got a rising delta, rising confirmation line. It's near that lower power zone. That is a long. I suppose you could jump in right here. You're not too far away from that initial entry. The farther away you get, the more riskier it gets, in my opinion. Delta still thin and spotty. Well, look at that. We put in a lower high, actually. Interesting. So is it actually going to play out here? I mean, the 3 is still, technically the 3 is still playing out, and it's rounding over on the delta. I could see it. The 1 is just taking some coaxing. Well, maybe it's going to happen. I'm going to give her a shot here. I just jumped in short. And if this doesn't work, I'm going to be done. So 21,911. 15. I'll just say 29,911. So I'm basically trading the 3-minute signal here, even though the 3 or the 1 isn't totally lined up yet. 3 minutes still looking good. The 1 minute's trying to roll over. It's taking its sweet old time, though. Schroden, how many regulars do we have each day typically? Jawaz, me, Stealth, ML, Jason, yeah. Raphael usually. Starting to grow a tiny little community here. Yeah, I guess I could be included in that group. All right. Will somebody please blow on this thing and push it down? Come on. Just need to see a little flush here. It's taking its sweet old time. We are getting a power zone tick up now. So looks like it might not happen. The 3 is still technically valid. Come on, bears. There you go. Push her down. All right, if we tick up, I'm just going to move to break even. And I'm in at break even. We'll see if I can get away with it. It's borderline. Push her down. Come on. You know you want to push down. It is just taking its sweet old time. All right. Looks like I hit my break even. So I think I've had enough of that for the day, guys. I don't feel well. I'm going to go lay down. So I will end it with the new song. For those of you who haven't heard it, it's called VWAP King. And we use that to kickstart the weekend. And good luck to you guys. Hope you guys have a good weekend. And we will see you next week. All right. Take care.
I said certified trend, watch that V-boss stick. Trade so clean, got my profits real thick. Yeah, I use that VWI, volume weighted, that's the map. Hit my levels, never cap, big green candles, watch them stack. I'm in the zone, got my setup tight. VW well bouncing, entry right. Big lot size, no scalp of life. Trend is strong, I hold all night. Market open, watch the tape, liquidity gon' set my fate. If it holds, I let it ride. If it breaks, I cut with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend and I decide. We drove on magnet, price aligns. Catch that dip, now watch it climb. Yeah, I use that view get volume weighted, that's the map. Trend confirm, I let it clap. Catch that move, no looking back. The mode is shift, I see it clean. Delta rising, bulls and steam. Volume high, trend is mean. New day high, that's routine. Markets wild, stay composed. Bounce, I double dose. Risk is tight, reward is vast. Let it run, no exit fast. Pre-market plan already set. If it's weak, then short's the bet. Buy is strong, but I'll adapt. Trade what's real, don't get trapped. No emotions, risk defined. Vobo telling me it's time. Big green candles, money stacked. Trade that volume, never lack. the tape. Liquidity gon' set my fate. If it holds, it gon' set my fate. If it holds, I'll let it ride. If it breaks, I cut with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend, then I decide. Market open, watch the tape. Liquidity gon' set my fate. If it holds, I'll let it ride. If it breaks, I cut with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend, then I decide. Why day chop, I step with pride. Midday chop with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend, then I decide. Vibe by magnet, price aligns. Catch that dip, now watch it climb. No emotions, risk defined. Robo telling me it's time. Big green candles, money stacked. Trade that volume, never lack. Never lack. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, yeah. Look back, momentum shift, I see it clean. Delta rising, bulls in steam. Volume high, trend is mean. New day high, that's routine. Market's wild, stay composed. Vow bounce high, double dose. Risk is tight, reward is vast. Let it run, no exit fast. Pre-market plan, already set. If it's weak, then short's the bet. Buy it strong, but I'll adapt. Trade what's real, don't get trapped. Vibes keeps me sane. Baseline price, it runs the game. Overextended, I refrain. Wait for retest, then I claim. No emotion, hits get fine. Baseline price, it runs the game. Overextended, I refrain. Wait for retest, then I claim. Emotions, risk defined.